Morning. So I've been let's let some sun in. For some reason it's already bright outside. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit better. I see open with lights. Hello there. Today we're going to finish the marketing images for the Brush Forger asset, and after that I haven't thought about that. After we finish the store images, we can look if we can push the update to the Unity Asset Store and make a plan for new videos. And we can start that with working on the background manager. We can put the background manager video into the Unity developer forums. Maybe make a small video and put it into Reddit. And then... Oh no, let's not do that. Let's wait until the update is through, which will be approximately on Tuesday. Yeah. Tuesday? Thursday. I'm not sure. Let me look at that up. On Tuesday, and Tuesday. Normally it's about one day. If I'm lucky, it's on Monday morning. Okay, let's start with that. So, yeah, then we're going to continue with, after we put it on the asset store. This will take like 2 or 3 hours. After that, we will continue to... if I record, I can't do... Yeah, but then I will continue to work on the video for the background manager. Yeah. And that one will be non-stream because at the moment where I need to record, I have to end the stream. Probably I can get around it for today because I have good recordings. I just have to put them together in a better way. So if I look at the Unity Asset Store, I think this one is really well done. Yeah, if you look at the Unity Asset Store, and I don't know that one. Background manager, and here it is. To unblock YouTube. Normally just block it because it's just too much time consumption on YouTube. Yeah. Alright, and there's background manager 2D. And the problem is, first of all, this title screen, it's aged with the old logo, but I don't mind that one too much. I think can have this background a little bit longer. Yeah, want this one to be longer. I think it's just 4 seconds. It's a little bit too fast. Yeah. And everything else is quite okay. Like you go in here. I think that now we go in here. Okay, we're together. Oh, you can preview it. I think that's super cool. And you see, oh, you can see how it works. And you see like a what? A 3D effect. Oh, preset. Cool. Oh. Yeah, I actually think that this trailer is pretty good. I think it's near perfect. There's a little bit too much written in here, which I don't know how to break. Like you see the pattern of how I did try to make as many points as possible in here. They actually get faster with time. Yeah, so the curve. By basically warping the time, you have pair points. But it's good. Yeah, I really like this trailer. Yeah, just here at the start, maybe start with don't start with the black screen. I really like this black screen. It's really cool. But I should have started with something like this, and on the beat over here. Now the title should be gone instead of that opening. I think that opening is a cool idea. You would have 3 seconds to read it. Yeah? Okay. This is, everything else is pretty much fine. Okay, let's go to Odin, the reference asset. Now I also have other assets that I reference for marketing material, but Odin is, from the style, is the most interesting one for me. Yeah. Let's go in here and take a look. And this is because YouTube wants to load an ad, and I blocked that.
Do you need to create a data structure for the NPCs in your game? Odin Inspector can help with that. Do you need to make it easy for a designer to adjust values without breaking the code? No problem. Do you need to run code at the push of a button? Odin can do that with one extra line of code. Do you have a color scheme for your game? We've got an attribute and an editor for that. If that sounds interesting, let's take a quick look at what Odin Inspector can do for you and your game. Odin Inspector is all about letting you design your game quicker and easier, no matter whether you're a solo hobby developer or working on a large team. Odin Inspector has over 80 attributes that allow you as a Unity programmer to quickly and easily create custom inspectors and custom editors. Grouping in the inspector with attributes like box group, vertical group, and horizontal group can help clean up the visuals and thus the usability of the inspectors. This is particularly useful when a large number of fields need to be set, such as in the creation of data assets. With one easy toggle, you can see the difference in the inspector with Odin on and with Odin off. Tabs are a great tool to further organize inspectors for classes with a large number of fields. They can greatly reduce the overall footprint of the script in the inspector, while at the same time making it more usable. Tabs can be created and added to your inspectors with just one simple attribute. In Unity, it's easy to add a non-monobehavior class to an inspector. As long as the class is serialized, it'll show up and you can edit all of the properties. But monobehaviors, or for that matter anything that inherits from Unity Engine.object, doesn't show up. All you see is a field that references the object. That is, unless you add the Odin attribute inline editor. This will add a collapsible inline editor for the object. This can save time by not having to find the object in the scene and by being able to edit the properties directly in the referring scripts inspector. Now Odin is more...
Okay, I think I'm not a huge fan of that. I should be, but I'm not. Yeah. That doesn't beat me. Let's not dig deeper. Let's just say it doesn't strike me. So I'm just looking at their videos and seeing if there's a video that is where I say, okay, that's
Static variables, static classes, and static functions, when used correctly, can greatly smooth out your development. Use cases such as tracking game state, turn number, or helper classes with frequently used functions are common and can be very helpful. But static variables don't show up in the inspector, no matter whether they are public or private. So debugging the value of a static variable is often inconvenient and can require some less than elegant code. With the Odin Inspector, you can add the Show in Inspector attribute to a static field in your code to see the value in the inspector. Or you can add a button attribute to a static function. But you may not want to do that with all your static fields and functions, let alone third-party code just to debug or monitor the values. Or in other cases, there may be static classes that you can't see in the inspector, such as classes that don't inherit from mono behavior. And that's where the Odin Static Inspector comes in. It's built into the Odin Inspector and is easy to use. The Static Inspector is great. In most of our videos, we're wanting to show off a new feature of Odin or explain how his system works. In this video, we're going to do things a bit differently. We want to show you real examples.
You see the grid is going to infinity.
From my personal project of simple uses of Odin that save me time as I work on my project. Some of the examples may apply directly to your project, others may not, but what we really hope is that they inspire you to find new ways to use Odin that will speed up your development. Most games have multiple scenes in the project. You may work in one or two scenes most of the time, but when you do need to switch scenes, it can take a handful of clicks and often some typing in the search bar to find the scene. So why not speed that up with some buttons and a custom editor? With Odin, these are created much the same way as a custom inspector with just a few minimal changes. Notably, we need to include Cyrenix.OdinInspector.editor namespace, as well as inherit from Odin editor window. We also need a way to open our editor window, and we can do this with the open window function and the menu item attribute, so we can open our window. In this video, I'm going to walk through step by step how to turn this into this. In the process, I'm going to make a nicer looking inspector that is also easier to use. And I'm going to do it without a custom inspector script. It's all going to happen with just a handful of attributes from Odin Inspector. The game manager that I've created here has some fields that could be used in a wide variety of games, such as game state, turns remaining, UI objects for different game states, music, sound effects, enemy data, and enemy spawn points. I've also added some basic functions to play music and sound effects, as well as handle or deal with a change.
I think these are nice for
So
updates.
you're thinking about buying or see something in particular? There are timestamps in the video description below. Odin is downloaded and installed like any other asset. You can purchase it directly from the Odin Inspector website or from the Unity Asset Store. Once it's added to your project, you'll be greeted with a pop-up window that'll connect you to various tools and documentation. Everything you need is at your fingertips in an easy-to-read package. Odin will do a few things for you right out of the box before you have to type a line of code or dig into the manuals. One of those things is that Odin reformats lists in the inspector. It goes from this to this. Better looking, but it still feels very much like Unity. Elements can be added to the list by pressing the plus button at the top or by dragging elements onto the list header. As part of this reformatting, the list can be reordered by using your mouse. For some applications, this can be a huge time saver. On all the fields that hold a scene object or a project asset, you'll see a little pin icon. Clicking on this will bring up a pop-up inspector for that object. This saves time and makes it far easier to modify that object. Fewer clicks, and if you want to continue editing the original object inspector doesn't change. Serializable dictionaries. This is the feature that convinced me to buy Odin, long before they hired me to make videos. As you may know...
Okay, we're through with these. Okay, let's just look at maybe another asset that is prominent. And then we can look at the prefab painters that are out there. This one is more traditional. This one is very good. I have no idea what this is about, but it's awesome. Well, I haven't processed really why this trailer is good. I don't understand it. Okay, we have. I think this is just a normal song with some claps, and they put their asset on it. And then you listen to that sound. Yeah, so the sound. We have to add some sound somewhere. Yeah, they also have a nice outro here. Really nice animation overall. I don't know how to match the quality. We probably want to animate the logo, because I can reuse that in most of the. Yeah, we need to animate the logo. This one. We need to make an animation with that. That's a cool idea, I think. And then we just reuse it. And as that I get my own updates as notification, and I should review my own asset. It's nice. Okay, you can pretty much just show what the asset does. A star pathfinding is one of the algorithms that is supposed to be good. A star is definitely faster than Dijkstra. But I'm not. We had this in robotics where you have different algorithms, and I think we also had A star, and it was like the best, even though it's actually not a hard algorithm. That's so sad for me, because I really like to do stuff like this. Yeah. and he tests this in a procedural generated world. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is closer to ours. Okay, we have a start here. Hot reload. We see 3 panels already.
Hot Reload instantly applies code changes to your game without
Here's
exiting
an
play
exit.
mode. And the
Yes,
best
an exit. That's. I don't like that.
part, Hot Reload works with your existing project without any special setup. Let me show you a few examples. Here, I'll add a couple new Unity
Okay.
methods to get the character to jump. Hot
But
Reload
what do you make
recompiles
up for it?
only the code that you've added or changed, so the change applies quickly, even in large projects. Now let's say I want to make it so that the character also moves horizontally. I'll go ahead and add a normal method for that. It's worth noting that I can now call it from my player class, and I still get an immediate update inside of Unity. The horizontal movement needs some more polish, so I'll add another method to animate the character on the horizontal movement. Perfect. As an experienced C# developer, you know that code changes often, and you don't want to be limited when writing your code. Right now, for example, I'd like to tweak the speed of the animations, so I'm going to update my animation method with 2 new parameters. Now, I'll go and add 2 new values. Nice. As you can see, the run animation is now much faster. We all know what it's like to want to tweak values until they're just right. Hot Reload makes this process incredibly convenient.
Magic numbers.
Working with dots or bursts, Hot Reload has you covered too, as it supports changes inside methods marked with burst compile. Hot Reload supports almost all C# syntax, so you can focus on making games without all the interruptions. Editing generic methods, adding imports, adding properties, you name it. For more information, visit our website hotreload.net.
Okay. What he has is a beautiful scene. He starts with this
Setup. Let me show
slide
you a few
here.
examples. Here, I'll add a couple new Unity methods to get the character to jump just to your game without exiting play mode. And the best part? Hot Reload works with your existing project without any special setup. Let me show you a few
He
examples.
keeps this slide
Here,
for about 10 seconds. Okay, Easy Save doesn't have a video. That's cool. That they make it without a video. Yeah. Oh, and they have this. Oh, that's so cool. It's I remember this from DOS. Okay, let's go on and event scene manager, and after that we're going to go for Prefab Painter. Caldera Light, Jab, Prefab Painter, Oh, our prefab painter is pretty much down below here. Quick prefab, easy prefab painter, prefab drawer, prefab brush. Prefab brush pro. So we're absolutely smashed here. With all these assets that do the same. And this is why I said, always said, we're going to attack the space in here. So it's going to be really tough to stand out against this crowd. This is why we need the prefab painter to be free. I like these hands. They're cool. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I just say I have no idea what this thing does. I think he makes a event to switch the scene. I don't know why you would need an asset for that, but okay. This one is the main prefab brush. And it shows it works with a grid, but we don't see any details yet. Okay, So we have this. The whole do we have the whole thing? No, we don't have the magic band. Radius spacing. Oh, spacing is a bit better. Oh, I should just. Yeah, I think spacing is a better word for min distance. Let's just fire up here. The randomize XYZ. I think this rotation is nice. Min object distance spacing. Yeah, that's so much better. Sorry, but spacing is just so much better that I need to replace it. Then radius spacing. Scale. Yeah, the rest of it is pretty much the same. I think we don't have. I don't have the option to override the tag. I have to do this in the parallax brush, so should do that in the other brush as well. What's the problem with the fields in here? This one doesn't deal well with overflow. Well. So this should handle that better. Speed, override min distance is also in the Parallax asset. We need to get it out of there. But overall, I have the same functions, so in another flavor, just mainly. So I'd say it's all right. You can always do better, of course. You can always do better. Okay, there should be a spacing in here, I think. Oh no, there isn't. What spacing? Spacing, yeah, okay. Thank you for the idea. Just copy paste that. Oh, that's cool. We don't have that. And yeah, you can keep that for now. We have that. We don't have that. Nope, we won't have that. So there's specific things. This specific thing we have brushes. We have the settings over there. So what we currently have is quite close to what they have, but ours looks better. Max angle. Let's interesting. It's really hard work what he has there, by the way. Really hard work. And good job from what he did there. The only thing that he does wrong is he's a light theme user. That's of course a no-no. How did he do that? A long brush stroke. Oh, that's so genius. Ah, that one is also not bad, not bad. Probably want to take the idea. Because this one is not hard to make. Rotation along brush stroke. Of course, he gets the idea better than I do, since he's working in 3D. Wait. Would you do that? Yeah, we would do that with pathways. So I don't think that this feature is going to be used a lot. I was just going through all the levels I have in a 2D platformer, and I was realizing that I wouldn't use this feature in any level or for anything that I did there. But in 3D it makes sense for pathways. They're like this: footprints, footsteps. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, I think he edited the prefabs, but they offset. Okay, now the grid. How did it make it? Oh, you can right click on that. What? Oh, I think you skipped a frame there. Because suddenly the mouse. to look at the mouse jumps. I'm not sure. Didn't see how he constructed the grid. It would have been nice to see. Okay. Next one. The game object painter. That will say don't do this.
Right-click on any object to pick it and start painting with it. Hold Ctrl, then click to delete. Draw or delete multiple objects within a certain brush radius. Automatically switch painted objects, either randomly or in a pattern. Draw straight lines with objects, align to stroke, and tons of other settings. Draw rectangles, either filled or just the border. You can also delete with the rectangle tool. The circle tool also comes with a lot of nice options. You can even change the position or axis of the drawing canvas.
Oh, he does what I do, but he does it way better. With the, hey, let's paint the logo with the brush. This one was so good, but it doesn't have that many views. It's interesting. Maybe because this one is new or something. 2024. I don't know why they all do an animation. I think that's super odd. I would never do that in a Prefab Painter, but okay. I think it's cool for marketing, but what? Yeah. Okay, so the UI is not that organized here. this one is very bare bones. You have an inspector. I mean, if it works, the eyes of the viewer is over here. Nobody's going to look at the right side and realize that they don't have a nice palette. This is something that I want to know how it works. He can show the circle the surface area. And also cool that he has different shapes here. And shapes. Okay. Oh, here's a nice animation with the radius. I absolutely dislike that they use animations for object placement. I think it could help to have an animation there, but I have some technical issues, like what if that drops the frame rate while editing and such. Fences at fence mode. Okay. Aside from that, this one really looks nice, but I don't think that it's that interesting. Let's go dig a little bit deeper though. Oh, that's a quick start. Yes, imported. And now you have this panel. Okay. Add prefab. And you need 2 panels, which is not good. Okay. I don't know what that was. Viewport. I also don't know what this was about. Just paint a little bit. Okay. And then here's a light version. Basically to fetch more people. I'm not exactly sure what that did. Okay. Well, this one is so cool because it has an animation. Also doesn't have a nice palette. But the jab, I really like the name. The jab. Jab. Yeah. And then he runs around with the raccoon in the trash. I think this is super funny. Yeah, this really is the video that stuck to me at the most. Even though it doesn't really have to do much with the actual asset. Yeah, he just placed some object. Oh, you can make a spline, which is cool. Yeah. So we can also say friends mode spline.
Holy shit. That is the highest number I have ever seen in... I
don't even know what to say. This laptop in front of me is supposed to be the frickin' bee's knees. This is a MacBook Pro with Apple's brand new M5 processor, which they have touted to contain the single fastest performance core on any processor on the fucking planet. And that is a pretty big deal. It's a game that Apple has been leading for some time now, and the M5 chip in this brand new MacBook Pro 14-inch should be no exception. I have heard some pretty crazy things, but to be honest, this has been kind of a weird launch, right? You have the world's fastest single processing core, and you don't even run an event for it? They just randomly dropped this new MacBook Pro on like a Wednesday morning, went, well, if you want to pre-order it, I guess so. Okay, before we get into it though, what else is in the box here? We've got a sleeved 2-meter USB-C to MagSafe cable. That's the fancy magnetic thing. Whoa, this is really long. You'll see if I stick it on here, whoop, it just magnets on there, and then you can't accidentally just like shit rock your USB-C cable. And then we got propaganda and no Apple stickers because this timeline is cursed. And last but not least, the charging brick. Now by default, these come with a 70-watt charging brick, which, to be honest, for a base MacBook Pro, which is the configuration I have, this is plenty, but you can optionally switch to a 96-watt charger if you feel like it for 20 bucks, but I wouldn't bother, to be honest. Look at that. Wow, USB-C, that's pretty cool there. And that's it. That's all that's in the box, man. Look at that. Wow! Charger, cable. Yeah. Look at that. It's a MacBook, and it comes in the exact same color, exact same shape, and exact same weight as last generation. Maybe that's why Apple didn't have an event to talk about this thing. We'll get into the CPU soon because the specs on paper sound very, very impressive. But first, let's take a look at the ports on the outside. We've got the usual MagSafe, dual Thunderbolt 4 and 3.5mm audio jack that we're used to on the past couple generations of MacBook. And on the other side, we've got an SD card reader, another Thunderbolt 4 Type-C port, and an HDMI port. It's all the same as last generation. It's not until we get to the inside, okay, well, a little bit more inside than this is. I mean, the keyboard, the speakers, the webcam, everything that you can see here is also the same. And if you don't believe me, see what I mean? They're exactly the same. M4 Max, 14-inch, M5 14-inch. There's also another thing that hasn't changed, and this one has me pretty cheesed. So here's a Wi-Fi speed test of the M4 MacBook running over 6 gigahertz to the Enterprise 7 access point behind me from Ubiquiti. And as you can see, it's very fast with Wi-Fi 6E. Look at that, bam, over a gigabit both ways. However, if we do the exact same test on the M5 MacBook, we get pretty much the same results. That's because it also still only uses Wi-Fi 6E, when Wi-Fi 7 is pretty much the standard on every high-end device, including the new iPhones. I literally got speed test results higher than this off of an iPhone. That means my iPhone has faster peak Wi-Fi speeds, which is kind of weird, to be honest. It's just a little bit frustrating. It's a pretty first world problem, to be honest. The only genuinely new thing is buried deep, deep within this laptop, the M5 chip. Now, if you don't look too closely, you'd be forgiven for thinking,
M5? What's the difference from an M4?
well, it's an entirely different series of car, okay? But in this case, the CPUs, they don't have more cylinders, or I guess cores in CPU speak. It's 4 performance cores and 6 efficiency cores on the M4 and the M5. They also both have 10 GPU cores, but they've snuck some little extra spice in there because they're claiming some pretty serious stuff. I mean, right off the bat, delivers up to 15% faster multi-threaded performance over last generation. That's a pretty substantial increase. That's like what AMD and Intel, when they release a new CPU, that's what they shoot for. And based on the testing I've done so far, the numbers do look very impressive. But that's not it, because they've also
Okay, multi-threading performance is good, but it's not the main single core performance, which is much more important.
also apparently buffed the GPU. The baseline performance, no ray tracing, no AI, is supposedly 30% better. And if you're looking at specifically ray traced apps, 45% is what they claim. And if it's anything to do with AI, maybe the AI features in Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, or something like Topaz Video AI, you should see a pretty substantial increase, supposedly multiple times faster. And to be honest, I would not be surprised at all if the AI performance is way better on this laptop. Having dedicated hardware versus having none is a huge buff. Now, stepping back a second, I ended up with the absolute base model spec. I just wanted to try it out as To be honest, most people buy laptops, just like whatever is the off-the-shelf model, but you can do a number of upgrades. The only thing that's really different this time around is that you can get a 4 terabyte SSD.
$1,200 for at 4 terabyte storage is not okay. It's not even, it's more than double the price, and it's probably just generation 4.
SSD as the max instead of a 2 terabyte SSD. But to be honest, with how much Apple charges, $1,200 to add 3.5 terabytes more storage, ridiculously expensive, and why you might want to consider a NAS instead. Fortunately, Ugreen sponsored this portion of today's video for me to show you exactly that. The brand new Ugreen DH2300. Ooh, it's super affordable, and after you slide in your choice of 2 hard drives, you'll likely end up with a heck of a lot more storage than you could fit in a MacBook. Up to 60 terabytes raw, in fact. That's enough space to store thousands of movies and photos. Kind of like you're not experienced, the setup with 300 Friday, so you're not going to run a Plex. Actual keyboard and chassis and whatnot should be the same. So let's try the keyboard.
So like with those prices, you don't get an internal SSD anymore.
Should subscribe to Jakku's Patreon at jakku.com/Patreon. You can get sick exclusive content and pictures of my fluffy cat and other things like. Pretty cool, right? The keyboards, they're the same. I don't detect anything different about them. The trackpads feel the same. As for the display, it's still the same 14.2-inch ProMotion high refresh rate XDR goodness that was present on the last generation. We're talking 1600 nits peak brightness in HDR, 1000 nits full screen sustained, and 1000 nits SDR brightness. It's a fantastic panel, and it really doesn't get much better than that on a laptop, aside from maybe an OLED. But with how good the HDR and color management is in macOS, man, for professional work right out of the box without any calibration, it's pretty hard to beat a Mac. And as for the webcam, it does look a bit different. Does it look different? Let me clean it off. Yeah, okay, there we go. I mean, you tell me, does that not look and sound like the exact same 12 megapixel camera? I don't know, that looks pretty same to me. Which is not a bad thing, it's a decent webcam. What about the speakers, man? They sound pretty much the same. I almost feel like the new laptop sounds like a tiny bit better, but maybe that's just because like the speakers aren't broken in, dude. I honestly don't know. I did just notice that there is something actually different. Do you see the mute buttons right there? They changed the label on the mute button. There we go. New physical feature confirmed. That's how you can tell if somebody at your school's cool and has got the latest doohickey. Do they have a cool mute button? Yeah, then they're rich and they got an M5. I like M5, very nice. I have a chair. Oh wait, hold on, there's other things too. The function key is also different. Man, this does not matter at all. It's been one of those kind of days, all right. Sit down, sit your bum down, fluffy boy. Is the M5 Arlo approved? But does it perform? Let's find out. Starting with, of course, Cinebench 2024, because I really gotta know, is this really the fastest CPU core in the world? Holy Cinebench takes an insanely long time to run, but holy shit, that is the highest number I have ever seen in Cinebench. Compared to an M1, it is quite literally almost double. 200 points in Cinebench 2024 single-threaded is ridiculous. Like, a 5800X isn't even 100 points. It's literally double the single-threaded performance of that. That is points. It's literally double the single-threaded performance of that. That is crazy. Now, I did do all of the same testing on an identically spec'd M4 base model MacBook Pro 14, and then I also ran it on my M4 Max 14-inch just as a comparison point. I mean, sometimes when there's huge generational uplifts, the top dog from the last generation is even hurting. But the M5 doesn't quite top the M4 Max. It's still a much beefier chip with a lot more cores. That being said, the M5 is a seriously impressive chip. In Cinebench's single core test, we're up from 173 to 200 points. That's almost a 16% increase. Multi-threaded is an even better showing, up from around 1,000 to nearly 1,200. That's almost 17%. In Blender's Monster Under the Bed demo, it's not quite 15%, but still a good uplift. And then when you get to the GPU, that's where it starts to go, woo! The same Blender Monster Render on GPU is over a 35% performance increase. In Puget Bench's Photoshop test, it's only about 10% faster. But again, if we go back to something that's a little bit more GPU intensive, like Adobe Premiere with Puget Bench, it's an over 30% increase again. And while DaVinci Resolve didn't see quite as much of an increase, 25% gen over gen, woo! I like it. But what about gaming? Gaming! 2%. Now these are
Okay, yeah. I'm going to skip because I'm
Days ago,
not that interested in
my
everything else.
Hey, woo!
Like maybe the M5 chip versus the Apple M5 does not exist. Okay, yeah. It's interesting. Just looking at these are the I'd say leaders. This one says it fails. Okay, so I don't know. It's a better chip, I guess, but it's still not on the level of PC hardware. You compare. Okay, I have to go on with the refit brushes. This one doesn't get ratings. I think maybe because you have a nice start image, and then you have 3 images. Yeah, and that's it. I think he has tabs. Tabs are cool. And to have tabs in here. It's not necessary because I can fit in everything in here. But it would be possible to make tabs in here. Nah, it overcomplicates things because I have foldouts, and the foldouts are actually enough. Quick prefab painter. Okay, so this one also paints prefabs. most of them don't have a preview. They don't have a preview. We are one of the only people that have a preview in there. That's nice. That's why they have animations. They forgot the preview. Oh my god. For example, this one. He spawns them when he clicks, but he doesn't preview the object. Oh my god. We have something unique, I think. Let's look at it again. Now he's painting. He probably doesn't show that. Ah, he has a preview. Okay, he has a preview. What does he? No, he does not have a preview. He only spawns once he clicks. Oh. I should market that. That's a big difference. Having a preview. Here's a nice tool though. Scale the mouse. Yep. Oh. So I see. Everybody does the same thing but different. We're going to absorb everything, every feature that we see now. Okay. I think this one has a preview. Yeah, this one has a preview. And after that he still plays an animation, which I think the animation makes it like you click there and the object disappears, which is weird. I mean, it's super cool, vibey, but it's not the game, so that's why I'm like, eh. If the animation breaks, that would be an embarrassment. It would be a real embarrassment. Also does not have a preview. Oh, I think we just looked at that one, and I was like, this one you can paint things in. Use the prefab painter. A little bit weird that he shows off the team like that. So weird. Best and fast workflow. Maybe. Oh, and then forgot to cut the video. And he has 3 ratings. Okay. So people are not interested. But this one has people. Let's take a look. This one is funny. Like a game within the editor. There's a preview. That's really cool. He also markets it for what nice. And he has these cool slices down here. Yeah. I remember this one. So it's good. And this one, oh, I wish I could. Oh, this is so much work, yeah. You can limit the degrees, okay. You can also do that. We don't have it, but limit degrees. This is really the best one. Or the palette is not as good as ours. With a brush. Here's a preview. They always they're all this cool angle setting. Oh. That did not stick with me, and yeah, it also does not have ratings. Yeah. Okay, this one has a nice editor for the prefab over here. Oh, and a nice logo at the background. It also has these lights here. Okay. I think having a background here is cool. It's a little bit cooler than what I have. But I don't like the slide look. It looks a little bit Bold. Oh, you can draw a rectangle. Along line, along splines. Okay. Oh, that's cool. So he paints zones and then he edits these zones. And then he has this shock sound at the end. Have to look something up. Book. Recommended. Want to hide these ones here because these are addictive. Oh, that doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I hate that YouTube does this. That they have these slides at the end. Block side. No, not block side. It's unhook. Do they have an update? No. Yeah, that one needs an update. It's a really good app, by the way. I really can recommend it. Yeah. Okay, we're through. Now we can look at the background manager. I don't know. I don't want to. I just want to go in here. Background manager. There it is. Now let's look at our. No, that's. Go in here and look at this one. Is this is the one? Okay. So we have this prefab painter, and we immediately have a big difference that we draw into the air. And I think people won't care that much about brush creation. That's not good to have that first. And with this let's make big spec. Yeah, I think this isn't the worst trailer that I saw. In comparison, it's odd. I'd say it's odd in comparison. Look at the slides. Most of the slides are just scenes that they painted with their brush, and that's why we need to get Cynthia to paint these scenes. They have this pivot and attractor. Oh, vertex snap. Oh, that's really cool. Vertex snap. Maps snap to adjacent vertices. Reflex. Okay. I'm not that impressed by the style of the slides. You can add some slides with oh, that's cool. You can add some slides with the when we make a sample level, you can add some slides.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this so? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret,
Wait, what?
supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I
There's not a lot of interesting things in here. Actually, the time lapse is not as informative as I hoped it would be. But it's there. Let's maybe look how many views it has. 400. I really like that painter. Okay. Harpia Games. Let's look at the other videos that Harpia Games has. Low poly color changer. Ah, that's another asset in here.
How to use the prefab icon link tool.
That's
This
an AI,
tool allows
that's an AI voice.
you to track the icons you have already created. First of all, let's create a new folder for the icons. Now let's open the prefab icon link tool by going to the tools. Icon Creator, Prefab Icon Link Tool. Now let's select the prefabs folder. That's where the prefabs you want to create icons are. And let's select the icons folder. That's where your icons will be created. Hit the Compart button. You can check the copy folder structure. This option will create new folders inside your icons folder, copying the prefabs folder structure. Now click on Create Icons. Icon Create will open and you can start creating your icons. Once finished, check your icons folder. All your new icons will be there. Thanks for watching. Use the comments for questions.
No, nobody talks like that. Harpia Games. Ooh, VR and AR applications. The bathrooms. Welcome to the bathrooms. Okay. Unfortunately, the main bathroom is closed, so you're left with no choice but use the old and weird one.
When nature calls, nothing can stop me.
AI voice.
I am gonna use the bathroom. The Kohi have paid. I also need to buy me a coffee or Kohi. Also need that. To do. Kohi. Buy me coffee. I just think this is much nicer than Patreon, because Patreon has this NSBF vibe that is not appropriate anymore. Okay.
Hello, in today's video, I want to show you some quick shortcuts that will save time when building your levels inside Unity 3D. Remember that using shortcuts takes practice and a bit of time, but it's absolutely worth the effort. You'll save so much time in the long run. Let's start with the most important one, moving your camera. When using the scene view, you can hold your right mouse button and use the WASD keys to navigate through your scene like you're flying. You also can use Q and E to go up and down. If you scroll your mouse wheel, you can change your camera movement speed. Before we continue, remember that you can view and change your shortcuts. Just go to the top menu. Select Edit, and then Shortcuts, and this window with all shortcuts will appear. To move your objects using Unity's built-in grid, you can hold the Control key. As you can see, it moves and snaps to the grid indication. This is really useful when building modular levels. Remember that you can also change your grid settings. Using the Control key also works for changing the rotation and scale of the object.
Ah, he used the Unity grid.
The snap values can be found in the grid settings. This is one of my favorite shortcuts.
Okay. No, I'm not
Did you
sure.
know it is possible to align objects to your scene colliders? Make sure your scene ground has a collider. It can be of any type. You can hold Control and Shift together and this small square will appear at the object selection. Then just move your object over the collider and it will align with the collision. The alignment point is calculated like a physical raycast. To duplicate objects like this, press Ctrl and D. Now, let's talk about one of the most powerful shortcuts, vertex snapping. Vertex snapping is a feature that lets you quickly and accurately align objects by snapping one mesh's vertex to another. This can make your work much faster and more precise.
That's a built-in
especially when
feature?
you need to position objects perfectly in your scene. To use vertex snapping, first select the object you want to snap. Then, hold down the V key. You'll notice a small square appearing over the vertices of your object. Choose the vertex you want.
Okay, I have to add this. It's built-in, I didn't know.
To use as the pivot by hovering over it. Once you've decided, drag your object towards the vertex of the other object you want to snap to. If you really want to improve your level design, I highly recommend checking out my Unity tool Prefab Brush. It lets you quickly create stunning levels with features like physics-based placement, custom pivots, and vertex snapping. Link in the description below. Another cool one allows you to align an object's rotation with a collider. Select the object you want to align and move it close to the collider. Press E to enter rotation mode. Then, hold down both the Control and Shift keys. As you move your mouse, you'll see your object's rotation start to align with the collider. It might feel a bit tricky at first try, but you will get used to with practice. Another handy feature is the Unified tool, which combines the Translate, Rotate, and Scale tools into a single shortcut. Just select an object and press Y to switch to this mode. Now let's talk about the Rect tool. To use it, select your object and press T. A square will appear around your object, allowing you to control its scale based on your camera view. As you move the camera, you'll be able to select different axes to adjust the scaling. And don't forget, you can quickly center your scene camera on any object by pressing F. Just select the object you want to focus on and hit F to instantly bring it into view. If you enjoyed this video, hit the like button and leave a comment letting me know what you'd like to learn next in Unity.
Okay, going over slide. Not a lot to see here. Oh, this one is cool. Made with prefab drawer. Okay. Yeah, I have to work on these slides though, because the slides are. Yeah, we are working on the slides right now, so shouldn't complain. Okay, I'm going to the toilet, and after that we are going to work on the last slide for the parallax brush. Okay, time to put the update into action. Maybe I can also give a hint here and the parallax speed. So I have to edit the text. Let's make sure we do that. Edit text that you do not need to create parallax. So you can just make these layers if you want to save one time. Let's just try that out. Let's make a test here. And if you do this on default, you see the FPS is like, yeah, but once it stands still, it goes up to 600. Once we move, it goes down to 300 because we removed a lot of scenery. That's why it's getting lower. Yeah. Be careful though. Because I think I can't just edit the layers here. I would have to construct new ones. Ooh, okay. So I think because they have references to scripts, and just copy them. And normally you have like 700 FPS. It's actually not that much of a loss for the amount of objects and background you put in there. Let's say okay-ish. But if you compare, like, can have games like Doom Eternal, one on 240 FPS on this PC. That's insane in my opinion. Yeah, that's just insane how good this game runs. And now we are in the editor. I think in the game by itself, if you put it in the build, you have about 1000 FPS. without parallax, and you have like 500 FPS with parallax effects. So I'm like, yeah, doing things costs performance. Yeah, it's not critical for what you get, I think, like the parallax, but you want to don't want to overdo it with the parallax effects. It's a trade-off. Yeah, it's a very powerful tool, and with great power comes great responsibility. Let's say it like that. While finishing this level, should probably just stop. I'm slacking. No, I need to work. Stop! I can't stop. Okay, come on. I must make it. Oh no! I always fail with that jump. Now I made it. We did it. And we won. Yay, this is the end. Okay. I'm going ahead and delete this scene. I have to go through the whole project now. See if there's anything left that I forgot. I've been through the code. So let's close that up. Except if I run across something. Go through all the scenes if I left something, and then push an update. So here's the prefab painter. Is there something? No, not really. So the show-off scene that can go. And we have this scene, which is awesome. Just looking around that there's something. There's the DFS counter. Just looking if I on accident left something in there. Also good to see that the scene is not edited by just looking at it. Yeah, that cat. And I think I can pull down these panels over here so that you can actually see them. And that spike has to go. This spike, maybe we can. No, we can't save it. Some of the spikes have to go. But that looks nice. Okay, save that up. Now I'm looking for the palette. So the parallax brush can't have anything in here that is wrong. I think we can improve the sorting with the parallax brush a little bit, but parallax brush sorting. I just care about what's important for the people. What for people who use this, what looks good to them, what's useful. Yeah, that's the main thing I have to care about. Okay, this is cleaned up. This is cleaned up. This is clean. That's clean. I think that's it. I can try to make a last minute change. This one is not important though. So you can edit the text. It's not important. Can do that in the next update. Edit the text with the prefab brush. I actually like with that. You can just edit the tag in here. So overriding the tag is like, I don't know. But maybe you want to use different tags for different things. You normally use the same tag for everything. Have an environment tag for environment. But you could, in theory, have an environment tag and a building tag, and then you draw rocks on a building and want that tag to be on the rocks for scripting reasons. So that's why I think, yeah, maybe you could use that. You can just put it, edit it here. You can edit it here. It's not an important feature. It's nice to have that. I'm quite proud that I made the assets quite minimalistic for how many features are in here. So if you look at that, that looks like very complicated, but if you look at that like this, and this is what the user is getting, it's like, hey, this is easy, and then you're like, oh, that's a lot of things. But since I try to minimize the things that the user sees when he opens the project, so he thinks like, oh, that's easy, I can do it, until he realizes that there's a lot of options and he has to actually use his brain and read or something like that. Yeah. What was it I wanted to do? Yeah, I wanted to. You have all the brushes in here. That's in the future. What I wanted to do is get the sample preset out of here. Sample preset. And for that we need an attribute or something. That's why I'm like, oh, this will probably take a second. Meaning a second longer. It is a task that can mess up the time. I want to work until 13:30, but at 13:30, so. I better stop getting my clips off me. Start working.
Yo.
Yo, what's up? Blue 7073. How you doing? First time in the chat. Hi, welcome. How are you doing? Just looking through some streams?
I'm great, man. Just looking for someone who is also working in Unity to see if there is anything I can learn.
Well, so this is the project I'm working in, and I'm a little bit special with what I do, because I'm working on Unity assets. I also do Unity games, but currently I'm full-time in asset development. So if you look at this inspector here, this is all done with a custom script. This is a custom inspector, and what it does is I can draw into the scene over here. You can't really see it well. Let me maybe, yeah, I can draw in front of the cam, change the distance, and then with your tool settings. Yeah, so this is what this asset is about. Yeah. And then I can draw into the scene. Yeah. So there's tons of things that you can learn. Do you wonder how I did this? What are you doing in Unity?
So you draw into the scene and it automatically becomes an asset?
Oh, wait a second. Whoopsie. The asset is this folder here. So I have this asset. If you look at the Unity asset store, this is how it looks in the store page when it loads. Like over here. So this is the asset, and you can buy it over here and then download it. Yeah. So this one is for free. But I also have sold parts of the asset. Yeah. And I will always want to give as much as possible in free, because free just gets a lot of users. But it's always a race against the clock and against money and time to get things working. Yeah. But yeah. What are you doing in Unity? When I draw in here, I just can draw on wood. You can see here the scene. You can see that the objects are now in here. So I just spawned them in. Yeah. I developed this asset for development, and you can define your own categories and flags. If you want to have like categories like units, enemies, melee, ranged, a subcategory, and then maybe some flags like friendly, foe. It's a little bit mixed. You can do it however you want. So if you have hundreds of units, you kind of want to sort them somehow, for example. Yeah. Why you have these categories in here.
I'm currently moving from normal C.
Oh, you are moving from normal C console applications to Unity. So in terms of scripting in Unity, it's taking some getting used to. Oh yeah, really. I started with Unity and I found it was I moved from Java.
and PHP web development, and I found it was super intuitive and easy to work with, especially if you are just going in here and make a game. Like I have this demo for the Parallax painter. Now this one doesn't have a lot in here, but if you make something like a game where you, so this is a demonstration game for the parallax effect in here, where you just move left, right, jump. Yeah, this is basically all that you can do in this game, and then you respawn if you fall down. I think something like this is super easy to do. I did this game, the scripting, I did it in a day, to be honest. Like if you fall down here, you respawn. This is all the code that is in there, but I think things like that, they are super easy to do. Now that doesn't mean that everything is easy. If everything would be so easy, the project wouldn't look like. I can show you how. What do you think? How many lines of code are in here? Can make a guess how many lines of code I needed for this. $10K? Yeah, I think 10K is very correct. Actually, I know it's more than 4K, and after that I stopped counting. There was like half a year ago it was like 4,000, but then I just added more and more and more here. And what I'm doing now is the sad thing is now I have to do a lot of advertisement, and I'm stuck a little bit in just making videos about the asset, so it really looks cool, and I feel confident about showing it at different websites to make some traffic, to my to my asset store, and that always goes with a lot of time pressure, unfortunately. But I think it's cool that you can present your stuff by yourself. Just takes a lot of time because you also have to redo videos. And I've just finished making all these images over here. Now these are just the normal images, but if I go in here and show these images, like these are a little bit cooler. Like, whoa, it's an asset. And it really took me a while to figure out how do you represent something like this in a cool way. Yeah, so it vibes a little bit with people, because on the asset store, if you just put it in here and make a screenshot of your editor window, then it's a little bit flawed, and I was like, yeah, what do I do now? And then hey, I have all these buttons, maybe I should just tell them what these icons do. And then you see, whoa, these buttons, they do things. Whoa. Yeah, to show how it can be useful. Yeah. That's of course also just having different backgrounds here. And I don't use the same grid and use an UML. I think this one can still improve a little bit. This is the worst one. The best one is this one. You also have the normal slides. Like this looks quite clean. Yeah, and a little bit more text that tells you what it does. And here you don't even have the buttons. You have a scene review what it does. You see it rotates. Oh, it rotates. Wow. So you can really show what it does. Yeah.
And here you see, I just moved the mouse to the side and back with different functions, but it's very basic, but you can make basic things look cool. And I found some kind of flow inside of that over time, where I was like, from you paint with the paint tool, you go to it paints and get add some fog effect in the background and a grid, like this is science. I mean, when we do code, it's absolutely not interesting. Most of my coding sessions are absolutely boring. The music that you hear in the stream, I don't hear it by myself. I actually prefer to be silent and just focus very hard on my work. But I think it's cool that you get to present your stuff. I always like that about software development, when you go in front of the audience and tell them what you actually do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And what are you doing? So you say you moved from C#. I'm learning Unity at the moment. I'm just finding it difficult to understand the structure of Unity scripting. Yeah. I actually think it's a little bit too easy, but I don't know how much background do we have, how much experience. Normally I would assume when you come from a normal C# environment that you quite have some background there, that you maybe coded for a company or for a university. And C# is one of the best languages to use right now, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many programmers, because it's one of the safest and most efficient languages. Oh no, I'm not learning C# through Codecademy. No, I'm learning C# through Codecademy. Always done with the course. Ah, okay. Codecademy. Let me swap these two. Codecademy. Is that an online academy, or is that a real attending academy? And this is how it then looks in the asset store. Oh, now there's in here 2 times. So I think this looks really cool here when you go through it. Much cooler than what I have right now, right? Like if you look at the asset right now, Coming from how it looks currently. Washforger. Parallax Painter. Let me show you how it looks right now and why I'm not very confident in showing it right now. This is how it looks right now. It's like, yeah, that's. I think it's a little bit too basic. Yeah, it shows what it does, but it looks like a little bit like somebody just typed something under a screenshot, and that's actually what happened. Okay. It's online subscriptions that teaches you multiple programming languages. I choose C# to be my first. Yeah, that's cool. Understand, and I can implement intermediate concepts like polymorphism, OOP, yeah, inheritance, etc. It's just that before I executed the code in the main function, but in Unity it's just it shows start and update. So I can give you a tip here. I will give you the link. Unity update awake start destroy execution and order of function. Legacy Qt version, please. It's not in the Qt version. This over here. This is a really nice graph. I give you the link for that because it's really useful to understand what the editor does, how the Unity works. So first of all, you have the awake function. Yeah, the awake function is called when the script is initialized. After that, you have the enable function. That is because the asset in here is enabled like this. If you do this, this is on disable, this is on enabled. And after that, you have the start function. And the start is called on the first frame. Yeah, and I think that's really cool to understand that before the first frame is rendered by the GPU and sent towards you and rendered, you have the script awakening, and you can do things before that, and then you have the fixed update, which is doing just the physics. It's not the frame. And here's the update. This ticks every frame that is generated. Now this physics cycle and the update cycle, they are not on the same tick. Yeah, the fixed update is often slower than the update, so I think the arrow is not 100% correct. And then you have rendering stuff, and then it starts all over. And then there's disable, quit, destroy. I think you can also destroy before quitting. But I think this is a really cool update image. It's the update function. It's the update function, but for widget body components, right? It is for widget body physics. So if you move a widget body, the physics will get calculated in a fixed update, and the rendering will then be updated in update. Yeah. So if the physics calculate that an object moves, the move is actually not happening in the frame. It's, the physics are happening in between somewhere, and then the renderer will update the physics where they are. Yeah. There are some logics going on if there's a collision. And oh, thank you. Yeah. I think this is a really cool thing for you to understand at the start how Unity works. You also say that you miss the main function, and I can tell you that because if you want to do real gaming, if you want to be a real game developer or 3D developer, you can write scripts that just do the initialization and the management of your scene. That usually you call them on awake, and they then initialize the objects in your scene. Like, you make sure that the units don't start their initialization before the item management is finished, because you have some dependency there that units need to know what is or something, and their things have not initialized or something. That's why what you usually do in some kind of game manager. You can also have different scripts just for that. Yeah. Once things more complex, you will start to manage all the objects in your game or 3D environment, and you need special management skills for that then. Yeah. But one thing after another. I usually just do all the updates to make sure that everything is always, when requested, up to date. I usually like to write a get and setter, and in the getter I often do these checks, like if this variable is not initialized. So you want to get the brush tools, but sometimes you get the awake is not synchronized. Sometimes one unit awakes before another unit, and you cannot know which unit awakes first. So if you have a variable that is not initialized and they request the variable from each other, then you probably get a null exception. Yeah. So in this case you wouldn't get a null exception, but let's just assume it's just a string or something. No, you can just use, this is private. You would put this in private. I have this in public for just the UI. I need the UI to be able to pick that up. But normally you do this in private, so you can't access this variable from outside, and you only access this variable with a public get and set. So if this variable is null and is requested, you initialize it upon requestion. So if you have a null exception, you don't have the problem that you go into your awake and you normally do it like this. If you don't have this component, get this component, get that component, and with this you get around this, and as soon as that component is requested, you initialize it with a getter. Yeah, you normally do it like this. You probably have your widget body component. If widget body is null, widget body is its component type widget body. Yeah. So I think I'm not sure if this is a property. Yeah, I think it's a property, but it's kind of like a method. So yeah, I think this is basically just a getter and setter. Yeah, it's just a little bit nicer to write it like this. I'm not sure what it's called, to be honest. But sometimes it's like a variable, sometimes it's a property, sometimes it's a method. I actually don't know. It's sometimes you can't access it like a variable sometimes. Yeah, that's the only downside. That's why I have to make this public, because the UI can't pick it up like a like a variable. Yeah. I thought properties were getters and setters. Yeah. I might have to brush up again. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I could ask the AI right now, but I have to get going and do some do my work. I'm going to stream until 13:30, and until then I want to have the update I want to put in here out and finished. You know, I don't have much to do any more left, but I have to keep going. If you have any questions though, just ask me, yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah. I have to think about what I do next. I've no. to kind of think about what I do now. I could go for a lunch break and be greedy. Actually, it would be fair. I don't have a lot of things that would take 15 minutes. I can't post anything because usually things are updating. It's better to wait with posting until I have good trailers. Can't really start working on the trailers right now. 15 minutes is not. You can open a project and close it. Planning maybe something. I mean, I could go and work on the media of this. Actually, I think the media over here is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. Just shows you what it does. The video is cool. Yeah, that's a cool video. It's actually not a bad asset if you look at it. I think this... I always think that this asset is bad, but it's cool. I think this asset looks a little bit bad. It's a free thing. I'm just a little bit worried that the look of this asset is bad for the other assets.
Is this for the asset in general? Or is this for a new update for the asset?
This is an old asset, and I'm just looking into can I do something in my last couple of minutes, and I'm like, yeah, this is fine. Maybe I can update the thumbnail of this on another day, but I think you cannot do too much on this thumbnail. This one just tells you what it does. So I mean, it doesn't sell. This one just generates views, and the hope is that people then click on the other things in here. Maybe I should shorten the description here a little bit to point to the other assets that I actually want to sell. So, hey, this is for free. Buy this. This is an order. No, actually, you know what? Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I don't have anything useful to do in 10 minutes or so. So I'm next to 6 hours of work time. I usually try to work 6 hours straight and then have my lunch. Yeah, and I'm like, okay, I've finished a task, and it's okay if you don't get that 6 hours in. It's just a little bit of my pride there, like you have to work until the last minute. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just overdoing it a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to have my lunch. I get it, lol. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in, and see you next time. I don't know if I will stream tomorrow because I'm next moving on to make trailers. And when I make trailers, I use OBS to record in the Unity engine. So probably will take some time until I can stream again, since I cannot stream and record. But yeah, thank you, and have a nice day. Bye.